Good afternoon, everyone. The thing is, we are waiting 5 more minutes for other participants to join. Till the time, I'm sharing some links so you can explore synergetic social media platforms. So I think we can start the session, and others will join while I'm doing the introduction part. So before starting, let me know if you can hear me properly. Guys, drop yes if you can hear me properly. Yeah, thank you, Mayur. So hello and good afternoon, everyone. Well, I'm Siley, your host for today's webinar. I will be there to ensure you have a smooth and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need assistance, please use the chat window. I'm happy to help you. So before we dive into today's session, yeah, I'm glad to welcome you all in this webinar. Build the future of work. Microsoft AI 3016 Copilot with Azure AI Studio. Before we dive into today's session, please take a moment to introduce Synergetics, a event sponsor. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solution provider in India, offering specialized in training and consulting services. Synergetics empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Well, Synergetics' core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skills programs, advisory services, and end-to-end implementing support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. Well, here are some solutions that Synergetics offer, that is persona-based onboarding, onboarding add-on, certification add-on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre-sales training, practice playbook, architecting. Well, today's session will introduce you to the Microsoft certification training and its benefits. And what does this Microsoft certification training pro offers? So provides a complete training experience from training to exam preparation and finally certification. This not only builds your confidence but also helps you to gain recognition in your field. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. So your journey begins with fundamental certification, then progress to advanced role-based certification, and finally to expert level certification. Well, these are some Microsoft Azure fundamental level certification. That's AZ 900, Azure Fundamentals, AI 900, Azure AI Fundamentals, DP 900, Azure Data Fundamentals, PL 900, Power Platform Fundamentals, SC 900, Security Compliance, and Identity Fundamentals. Here you can see Microsoft Azure Associate Level Certification. These are Azure Expert Level Certification, that's Azure Solution Architect Expert, Cybersecurity Architect Expert, Power Platform Solution Architect Expert, DevOps Engineer Expert. And here you can see that a Microsoft Azure Specialty Certification. So Synergetics also offers add-ons like short duration modules to further enhance your skills and knowledge. So moving on to this webinar is hosted by ATC community, that is Azure Tech community. This webinar it's a community for those who are passionate about cloud technologies, AI, ML, IoT, open source development, and DevOps. By joining our community, you'll gain access to updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, and learning opportunity. We have emerging technology community for all. We have ATC community for Punekars. This community is especially for Surat people, and this one is for the Nagpur people. So guys, there's a little code of conduct. So please adhere to the adhere to our code of conduct. So it will help you to create a respectful environment for everyone. So everyone, please note that no one is allowed to take any screenshot of this presentation, and you can't do any screen recording. Well, today's speaker for this webinar is Mr. Sonu Satyadas. He is practice head and currently working with Synergetics. As you can see the agenda on screen, these topics we will cover in this session. This is the learning plan of Synergetics of 8 hours. So, Synergetics training includes live mentoring, recorded sessions, practice labs, exam preparation sessions, and practice tests. This ensures that you are fully prepared to take the certification exam and earn your credentials. This will really help, like this certification really help you to shift your team, learning from unstructured to structured, enhancing competitive advantages, boosting profitability, and elevating brand reputation. Learning achievement badges. As a token of achievements, we are offering a complimentary achievement badge for AI 3016. This includes study materials like a module review and related topic. You can showcase this badge on your LinkedIn profile or any social media platform or maybe on your resume too. I will be sharing the link and steps to activate your badge during the session. Please follow us to keep yourself up to date by following us on social media. And thank you everyone for paying attention to my words and thank you for your patience. Well, now without wasting any minute, I'll hand over this session to Sonu sir. So Sonu sir, you can take charge from here.
Okay, thank you, Sally. So, hello everyone. I hope I am audible to all of you. Please confirm. Okay. So, thanks for confirming. I hope the screen is visible to all of you. Today, uh, we are going to discuss about the custom copilots. So, how we can build custom AI solutions using the Azure AI Studio, which is now called as Azure AI Foundry. So myself, Sonu Satyadas, and I'm working as an assistant manager, technology and practice head on .NET. So I have around 15 plus years of experience in training. Basically, I do sessions for Microsoft and AWS. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer as well as an AWS authorized instructor. Mostly, I deliver sessions on cloud technologies, AI, and open source. So this session is primarily focusing on the AI Foundry, that is the Azure AI Studio. So these are the different points we are going to discuss. So this is the agenda for this session. So now let's get started with the topic. So in today's session, we are going to understand the AI assistant, or we can also call as agents or copilots, which helps you to create simple chatbots or AI assistants which can answer your questions, which can automate your task, which can simplify your data extraction and data mining solutions. So how we can build such AI assistants using the Azure AI Studio or Azure AI Foundry? For that, first we need to understand what are the different services we are going to use and what is generative AI and what Microsoft is providing for building the custom copilots. So in this, first we will understand the AI Studio, which is now called as Azure AI Foundry, which is a development environment where developers can go and build AI enabled applications or generative AI applications. So this is a portal or a web interface through which you can deploy the generative AI models. So it can be the open AI models or maybe some other uh, generative AI models provided by the other vendors or providers. Could be Meta or it could be Google or it could be Mistral or it's different. So even Microsoft generative AI models also available here. So you can go and deploy various generative AI models. It could be a language model for text generation, or it could be an image generation model, or it could be an embeddings model, or you can even deploy the speech service or speech models as well. This, so I request all of you to go on mute. Sorry, just a minute. Okay. So this interface is a PaaS solution which is providing the services for not only deploying the models, but also you can build the AI solutions by writing custom code. It means you can write your own code and create the AI assistants, or you can use a no code, low code solution called a prompt flow for building the AI solutions. You can do fine tuning of your models using the Azure AI Studio. You can implement RAG architecture. So what is a RAG? We'll explain later. So using the retrieval augmented generation, you can ingest your custom data to the AI assistants, and your AI assistants can answer your questions based on this custom data provided. You can even evaluate your models and the deployments using the tools available on Azure AI Studio. Since it is a PaaS solution offered by Microsoft, it provides the enterprise grade security for building and deploying the applications. Then it is offering the compute infrastructure offered by Microsoft. Suppose if you want to fine tune the model, or you want to uh, vectorize the custom data, or you want to build and run the applications using prompt flow, or you may want to deploy your applications. For all, you can use the virtual machines provided by Azure. So you can uh, simply create your AI assistants, or also called copilots, using this AI Studio by combining all these features and functionalities offered by Azure AI Studio. So here, if you are new to the Azure AI Studio, then you need to understand what are the different aspects or components of the AI Studio, or how I can go and build an AI application. First of all, when you want to create an AI enabled application, you need to go and create a project. So we can call it as an AI project. So AI project is a container which provides the tools and services for building and deploying the applications. But if you are part of an organization and you want to build multiple AI projects, sometimes you may have to share resources across multiple projects. Maybe you have to create a search service which you can use across multiple projects, or you want to create a storage or compute, or you want to create some AI services, maybe language or vision or OpenAI services, which you need to use across projects. Then you can deploy those resources as part of a hub. So what is a hub? A hub is just a logical entity which can be used to create and share the resources across projects. So whenever you create a project, it will be a part of a hub. So you can say a hub is kind of a solution, or a hub is kind of a top level entity, and you will be creating the projects under a particular hub. So when you try to create a project directly, by default, it is going to create a hub for you. So within one hub, you will be able to create multiple projects. So what is the benefit of creating and deploying the hub or the resources inside a hub is, suppose if you are creating the resources, means you are managing the connections to search service, storage service, AI services, or external services. So these all can be shared across multiple projects. You can even provision the compute instances, which can also be used in multiple projects. You can even configure users and security. Like if you want to create users and configure the RBAC permissions, you can add the users at the hub level. The same can be done at project level also, means you can create connections, you can configure the users and permissions at a project level also. But a project is primarily used to represent a single project or single application. Suppose if I want to create a single AI assistant, I can say, okay, I'm going to create a AI project under the hub. So every project can be deployed as a service or AI service. So you can also configure the custom data sources while building this AI applications. That is, augmented generation can be enabled. You can even create evaluation workflows for evaluating the models and the applications that you build. So I can show you a very simple example of the hub and project. Suppose if you log in to your AI Studio. So for AI Studio, you have to log in to the ai.azure.com. So when you go to the ai.azure.com, you will get a page like this where you can go and create a project. So when you create a project, ultimately you will be creating an AI application inside a hub. For example, if I create a new project it will be asking the project name. So here you can see I can select a project name here, means maybe I can say demo project. And now here you can see I can either choose an existing hub or I can create a new hub here. Suppose if you are creating the first project, always you need to create a new hub because every project is part of a hub. So if you already have a hub, you can add the project to the existing hub or you can create a new hub. Suppose if you are creating a hub, then it will be creating all the required resources like compute, then connections, storage, key vault, everything along with this project. So since I already have a hub, so I'm just going to create a new project within this same hub. So it's creating a new project. As you can see, the project is created. So the demo project is created. So if I go to this management center, here you can see the all hubs and projects. So here you can see the hub, and this is the previous project which I have. Okay. So now you can see there are two projects. These two projects comes under the same hub. So you can see the demo project and the sample project comes under the same hub. Now, if you look at the left side, you can see there are some configurations available under hub and some configurations under the project. So if you see, you can manage the users, models and endpoints, and connected resources and the compute under the hub level. Similarly, at project level also you can configure users, models and endpoints, and the connected resources. So compute is always managed at the hub level. So that means, suppose if I want to assign a project to a particular user, not other projects, you can configure the user permissions at the project level. But if you create a user or add a user at the hub level, that user will have the permission to work with all the projects within that hub. So if you want to assign only a single project, then add the user at the project level. At the same time, you can even go and deploy the models and endpoint. For example, if you go inside this models and endpoints, you can see there are some resources deployed. You can see some of the models like a DAL-E, GPT 3.5, GPT 4o Mini, and the text embedding models are deployed because they are deployed at the hub level. So it will be available to all the projects within that hub. So you can see if I go to the hub level, so that is sample hub, you can see the same resources, which means these resources are created at hub level so that it is available to all the project. Suppose if I want to deploy a new resource, so here I can go to deploy a base model. I can go and select any models. From here, you can see here we have the Mistral, we have the Coher, Llama, then 5.3, and so many other models we have. So you can select and deploy a model here. So currently I already have some models, an image generation model that is DAL-E, a text generation models like a GPT 3.5, GPT 4o. and a embeddings model, which is text embeddings ADA002. So if you have to configure the resources for the projects and hubs, you can do that at the management center. So at the management center, you can create and manage the users and resources at the hub level or at the project level. Now, if I go back to the project, so here you can see if you want to build an AI application, you will be able to do that here. So you can write the code and create the application, or you can create a low code, no code solution using the prompt flow. Even you can do evaluations, configure the guardrails, that is content safety, using the Azure AI Foundry, right? So this is the basic user interface and the options we have for building the AI applications. Suppose if I have to go and test the deployed AI models, we have the playground. So here you can see the playground. So this playground will help you to try the models. So if you want to try how the models works, that you can do in the playground. So here we can see there are different types of playgrounds we have for different types of AI models. So we have chat playground, we have images playground, we have completions playground, we have assistance playground, we have speech playground, language playground, and so on. So that means for different use cases, different models, we have different types of playgrounds. So currently I'm into the chat playground, which is typically used for testing the chat models like a GPT model. So here I am into GPT 3.5 or GPT 4.0. So suppose if I want to try how the GPT 3.5 is working, I can select that model, or else I can go and select a GPT 4.0 mini model. And here you can give an instruction to the model how it has to behave. So here you can see there's a default system message or default instruction like you are an AI assistant that helps people find information. So that means you can, it's a general instruction. It simply says you are an AI assistant that you have to answer the user's question. So here you can ask your questions. Suppose if I want to ask like how far is moon from earth? I'm simply asking a question, and you can see the model is answering my question. So I'm asking a generic question. So this pre-trained model is now answering this question. We can see it's a very standard way of answering a question. But if I have to change the behavior of my agent, so currently there's a pre-trained model. So inside this, I'm going to uh, customize the behavior. Like I'm saying, you are an AI assistant that answers user queries or user questions in a funny way. So I'm just saying that you are answering the questions, but you will be answering in a funny way. So I'm saving this changes that I made. Now I'm going to ask the same question. Let's see how it answer. So here you can see the moon is about this many miles away from Earth. That's like if you are trying to drive to moon, you would need to pack enough snacks to last you for a road trip over 4,000 hours, right? So that means it is giving the answer, but this is answering in a funny way. So you can see the model behavior we can customize by using this instruction, right? Suppose if I have to test my image model, that is DAL-E model, I can go and test that here. So we have dial E2 and dial E3. So I'm going to test my dial E3. So here I can say draw an image of a lion and tiger playing football. So you can see it is drawing an image. But if you feel that, okay, this image is not satisfying your requirement, you can update the prompt or you can modify this prompt and add more informations, okay, to make this model very clear. Okay, so here you can see it is generating an image. Okay, that means DAL-E model is capable to generate the images based on your description, right? So that is what the playground. So you can use the playgrounds to test your models. Suppose I'm going back to the chat playground, and suppose if I have to see, okay, how I can use this models in my applications. Suppose if I'm creating a .NET or Python or Java or JavaScript application, how I can consume these models. So you can try this. So here is a view code option, and here you can choose a particular language. Okay, you can see primarily Python and C# examples are here. So here you will see the sample code for that, right? So you can try this code within your .NET or Python applications so that you will be able to try how the model can be consumed from your application. So this is the basic uh, AI Studio functionality or AI Foundry functionality. So we have not explored all the features. We have just discussed what is the hub and the project and what we can configure within the hub and project. And also we have checked how to deploy the models and how to use the playground to test this models. Now let's go back. And here we can also create the connections to external resources. I have already told you that in Azure AI Studio or AI Foundry portal, we can create connections to other resources. It could be the connection to the OpenAI models or OpenAI resource, or it could be a connection to the search service, or it could be a connection to the external APIs like Bing API or Google Search APIs, etc. Or maybe the connection to content safety or the connection to storage service, etc. So it can be a connection to other resources, could be a Microsoft or non-Microsoft solution. For example, you can see the connections when you go to the management center. Here you can see the connected resources. So here we can see some resources are already configured. You can see some blob storage resources configured. The AI service is connected. Azure AI search is configured. Open AI resource is configured. Okay, so like this, multiple resources I have configured. In case if I have to connect to another resource, I can simply click on new connection and I can select the type of the resource I want to connect. You can see OpenAI, AI service, the AI search service, serverless model, then content safety, speech, language translator, and here below you can also see the custom service types. Okay, so that means you will be able to connect to other resources, and these connections you can use inside your applications. Specifically when you create the prompt flow applications, you can use these connections to build your applications. So specifically, when you work with the AI Foundry or AI Studio, you can assign some roles to the users. So there are some privileged roles like a owner, contributor, and reader. So if you are assigning the owner permission on the hub, then the user will be getting the full access to the hub, including the ability to manage and create new hubs and assign permissions. That means this role is automatically assigned by the hub creator. Suppose if I am creating a new hub, so by default, I will be the owner. Okay. And I'll be getting full access to the project as well. That means hub level, I'll be the owner, and I will also get the full access to the project, okay, including the ability to assign permissions to project users. Okay. But contributor will also get the full access to the hub, okay, including the ability for creating the hubs, okay, but you cannot manage the permission, means you cannot assign permission to other users on the hub. Okay, say in project level also, the users has full access to the project, but can't assign the permission to project users. Okay. But in reader permission, you can see you will be able to just read the configurations or you read the settings of the hub. Okay. So whenever you add a new member to the hub or to the project, they will be by default getting the reader permission on the hub level or project level. So that you can manage under the user section. So here you will see, okay, so here under the users, you will be able to go and add users here. For example, if you click on this new user, here you can specify the user's name. Maybe so you can search for a particular user and then assign the role and permission here. So by default, this Azure AI developer permission, which means he will be able to go and build the AI applications. But if you want, you can assign some privileged roles like a owner, contributor, or reader. So this can be done at hub level, or you can do this at a project level. So project level, which means you will be assigning certain projects permission to a particular user. So here also you can add the users to a particular project. So you can see there are some AI specific roles like a Azure AI developer. So this user or this role can perform all the actions except creating new hubs and managing the hub permissions. That means he will be able to create the applications, build the application, test the application. Means as a developer, what are the things you can do, like creating the projects or creating the prompt flow, creating the connections, and so on. But he will not be able to go and create a new hub. Okay. At project level, the user can perform most actions, including creating deployments, but can't assign permissions to project users. Like he will be able to do all the development activities, but he will not be able to create or assign the permissions to other project users. Azure AI Inference Deployment Operator. So this user performs all actions required to create a resource deployment within a group. That means when you create a user, okay, the owner is by default getting the inference deployment operator permission because this is required for deploying the permissions or deploying the um, uh, resources to the uh, compute, like if you're deploying your API applications, like prompt flow applications as an API to the uh, compute as a web app, then you need the permission, that is Azure AI Inference Deployment Operator. It is also possible to create custom roles, but custom roles, if you have to assign, then you have to assign it using the Azure CLI or the PowerShell scripts or PowerShell commands. So using the portal, you will be able to work only with the built-in roles. So we have seen what are the different built-in roles available, but custom roles, if you have to assign, then you have to create that role and then assign the roles using the Azure CLI or the PowerShell. So we just understood how the Azure AI Foundry looks like and what are the things we can do with the Azure AI Studio or Azure AI Foundry. The next thing we need to understand is what is responsible generative AI. So responsible AI is a set of principles defined by Microsoft or any other AI provider. Could be AWS, it could be Microsoft, it could be Google. So all of them will have their own responsible AI principle. Mostly every responsible AI principles remain same. But here we will be understanding some responsible generative AI principles, because responsible AI principles is typically assigned or aligned with the traditional AI models like ML or DL models. But responsible generative AI is more aligned with the generative AI models, or how we have to create and use generative AI models. Because the traditional responsible AI principles are not directly applicable to this. For generative AI, we have another set of responsible AI principles, which is called a responsible generative AI principles. So we need to plan a responsible generative AI solution. That is, Microsoft is providing certain guidance for building the responsible AI solutions. Okay. So first of all, we need to identify what are the potential harms that are relevant to your planned solution. So if I'm building an AI application, what are the problems or what are the different issues that can be there inside the application? So we have to identify that. Then we have to measure the presence of these harms in the outputs generated by the solution. Suppose if these problems exist, how it will affect your output. Suppose I have identified some security vulnerability, or maybe some data privacy related issues I have identified. So how it will affect my output? So that you have to measure. So what is the what how it is going to affect your output, that you have to measure. Okay. Then we have to mitigate the harms at multiple layers in our solution, so that once you have identified the problems and you will measure how it is going to impact your output. Okay, once you have identified this, then you have to mitigate this harms. So there may be different ways to mitigate this potential harms, maybe at the prompt level or at the data source level or maybe at the network level. So at different levels, you will be able to mitigate this problems or mitigate this risk. And operate the solution responsibly by defining and following a deployment and operational readiness plan. So you will use some kind of readiness plan, okay, to mitigate this issues. That means you will be identifying, measuring, and mitigating. And then how we will be mitigating this problem, you will be preparing a plan. Maybe you will be using some kind of content safety or content moderator, or maybe the guardrails, okay, or you can use the key vault kind of solutions. Okay, so there are different ways we can avoid or we can mitigate this risk. It may be the data related risk, okay, data privacy risk, or it would be authentication related issues. So there could be different types or different levels of risk can be identified. We have to create a plan how to mitigate this risk. So one solution for this is the Azure AI content safety. Okay, so Azure AI content safety is a set of guidelines or a set of rules defined by Microsoft, yes, which we can customize also. So this has a set of rules or guidelines already defined. Okay, what are the things to verify within the input, what are the things to verify within the output, and what are the kind of risk we have to identify and block. So all will be done by the Azure AI content safety. So Azure AI content safety is a set of guidelines or a set of rules that we can create and associate with our AI applications. For example, if I have to go and create a content safety, so here, if I go to this safety and security, okay, so here there are some issues you can see here. So we can try out some of the issues here, like how to moderate the content, groundedness detection, protected material detection, like if your data contains some uh, PII data, like or copyrighted information. So you need to identify what are the different harms or issues within your application. So it may be the prompt may contain some sensitive data or some data which is not allowed. So how to moderate that, or whether the answer generated is based on the context data. So that is a groundedness detection. So there are different kinds of solutions they offer, and we can try out whether it is working as expected or not. For example, if I have to moderate a content, so here some sample prompts they have provided. Here you can see. So this is safe content. So this chopping tomatoes and cutting them into cubes. So you can see this is containing some words which is more connected to violence. Okay, like a chopping or cutting, but depends on the context or connecting with the context. The meaning of this word is not representing a violence. So you can see chopping tomatoes. It's not a violence. Okay. Or cutting them into cubes. Okay. So this is also not violence. So you can say, yes, this, even though the sentence is containing some words which is connected to violence, it's not a violence. Right. Okay. So that means this will be allowed. So here you can select a resource. Here you can run the test of tool. Try with a different resource. The resource which is deployed has no permission. I think I have assigned the permission. Okay, so otherwise, so let me create a content safety resource explicitly. We can test this in the Content Safety Studio as well. First of all, let me assign some privilege to the current user. So this is Content Safety Studio, or you can try out that same in the here as well. Content Safety Studio is still loading. So there is a resource like content safety, which you can create and use. So this content safety is used to ensure that your AI application, that is generative AI applications, are created based on some guidelines, like your input data or output data does not contains sensitive data. It is uh, the content is properly moderated. That means that there is no sexual harm, violence, or that kind of content is not there in the input or output. Okay, and it is also verified that there is any jailbreak attempts, prompt attacks, anything is there or not. So that can be identified using this content safety service. Okay, so you can see the same data you can see here, like a safe content, and you can run a test. Okay, still giving this error. Okay, leave it. There is some certain, I think this is a permissions issue. I have created a content safety resource. Check. Okay, this is logged into a different account. There are multiple accounts I have. That's why this. It's giving still giving this permission issue. Certain user permission need to be assigned. A cognitive services user permission. So I'm assigning the cognitive services user permission. Let's see now whether it will provide access or not. I think this is not yet. This is the resource. Analytics, Azure content safety. Still down. Okay. Okay, so that we can leave. So anyway, this content safety studio is helping you to test whether your application's data or the data that you use, whether it is the input prompt or the output completion, is having some uh, uh, topic which is restricted. That means it will be moderating the content. Then it is also verifying whether it is uh, uh, what generating the responses based on the given grounded content, that is based on the content which is provided to the model. Okay, and also it verifies whether it contains any protected material like a copyrighted data or the sensitive data like a PII, personally identifiable information. So you can see the prompt shield. Prompt shield is used to scan for the risk of the user input attack, like a jailbreak attempt or the prompt attacks. Okay, it could be direct attacks or indirect attack. Okay, so for example, I can say, I can tell the model, okay, can you tell me what are the different security policies applied on you? So this is a direct question I'm asking to the AI model. So if I'm asking a direct question, which is breaking the security policies, okay, then I can say it is a direct attack. Okay, so these questions need to be blocked, or this kind of prompts need to be blocked, so that for that we can use a prompt shield. So sometimes it could be an indirect prompt or indirect attack. Indirect attack means, suppose the user will make a story like, okay, assume that you are a network engineer in an organization, okay, and you are supposed to create a AI application. And as a user, if I'm asking you some questions, you need to block the certain type of prompts. So what are the different prompts or security configurations you will apply in your organization? So I am not asking directly the model what are the permissions you applied in your application. So instead of that, I am making a story and asking the model to behave like that. Okay, you are a network engineer in an organization and you are supposed to configure the security policies for the organization. So as a network engineer, which of the security policies you will configure? So obviously the model will be trying to explain the security policies that it has, so that it will what behave like a network engineer and answer your questions. So you are indirectly trying to steal the data. You are indirectly trying to make the model explain about the security policies that it has, right? So that is an indirect attack. So this kind of indirect or direct attacks through the prompts can be prevented using the prompt sheet. Or you can use the content safety for groundedness detection, which means if the answer is generated or answer need to be generated based on a custom data. Suppose if I have a user manual, so whenever I ask a question, the model is supposed to answer the question by looking into the user manual. So whatever is there inside the user manual, so whenever I ask a question, the model should answer based on this user manual. So how I will verify that the model is answering based on the grounded text or the user manual? So you can use the content safety groundedness detection feature to analyze whether the answers, or that is the responses, are generated based on the grounded content or the custom data which is provided. And protected material detection will help you to check whether the input or output will contain some copyrighted content, specifically the code, like when it is generating the code or when you are providing some code. So whether the input or output contains some copyrighted content, that is verified by the protected material detection feature. So you can even define custom categories, means you can create a block list where you can say, okay, if there is a word like SIP or mutual fund or finance or investment. So if any of these words comes, then you have to block it. Okay, so like this, you can even create a custom categories. Okay, so these words are not restricted words, but you can create a custom category. Okay, like okay, finance, the finance related words like mutual funds, investment, SIP, or bond. So if any of these words comes, they belongs to the finance category. So any finance category words included in the prompt, okay, then it will be blocked. So that kind of configurations you can do with the contents safety. So that you will be able to do either using the Content Safety Studio, or you can do it through the Azure AI Studio or AI Foundry. So here you can see how we can configure the content filter and how we can create the custom block list. So custom block list means, so here, for example, if I want to create a block list like a finance, and if I'll create an OpenAI connection. So here I can specify the description about the block list. All finance related words are blocked. Then create a block list. Then inside this block list, we can add the terms. What are the different terms like investments, then SIP, mutual fund, okay, or maybe bond, something like this. So I have added these things within the block list. So I have created a custom category like a finance, and whenever I include some custom words like finance related words, I have to block such prompts or outputs, right? So now I can go and create a content filter. So in the content filter, you can specify a name like my custom content filter and select an AI connection. And here, this is the input filter, means at the time of giving a prompt, what are the different things to verify? So here you can see the level of configuration. Like there are different categories like violence, hate, sexual, and self-harm. So here you can see the severity is configured as medium by default. That means allow the low severity violence. That means if there is a violence related word or violence kind of topic is coming, so it will allow if the severity is low, maybe like a chopping tomato or cutting fish. So this kind of or cutting meat. So this is a low severity, but it will block the medium and high severity violences, okay, or cutting the head. So this is a medium category, or maybe or killing the person. So these are high severity. So that will be blocked. Okay. Similarly, the words which is hate. Okay. So like it will allow the low severity, but it will block medium and high. But you can set it to low, it will be blocking the low, medium, and high. Okay. Or if you set it to high, then it will allow the low and medium, but only blocking the high. So that you can configure. So you want to block all the violences, or you want to block only the high violences. So that you can customize. Okay, so how you want. Okay, and here prompt shield. So prompt shield for jailbreak attempts. So prompt shield for jailbreak attack means if there is a prompt that is trying to expose your security related informations, such cases, how we will or what action it has to take. It will annotate and block, or annotate only but not blocking, or just turn off this feature. So by default, if there is a jailbreak attempt, it is annotating as well as blocking it. Similarly, if there is an indirect attack comes, okay, I have already mentioned as indirect attack. So I want to annotate this, okay, but not blocking. Then I can specify a block list. So you can see I have already created a block list of finance. So I'm selecting the custom block list. that is finance. Next. So this is for output. When the output is generated, so you can also configure the violence, hate, sexual, self-harm related parameters, as well as you can also verify whether the output is containing some copyrighted content, that is protected material. If there is a copyrighted content, annotate and block it. Protected material for code. So if it is there, you can annotate only, or maybe you want to block it. Okay. Then groundedness detection. Suppose if the given data or sorry, if the generated answer is not based on the grounding content, then we have to block it or annotate. So what we have to do? So by default, groundedness detection is off. Off means it will not verify. But I want to make sure the answer is always generated based on the given content or grounded content. So in that case, I can specify either to annotate or block or annotate only. Okay. So output filter also I can include the block list, like finance related words should be blocked. Okay. Next. So here, this should be applied to which of the models? Because by default, every model is configured with the default content filter. You can see default V2 is the currently applied content filter. But I want to apply my custom content filter to the GPT models, GPT-4 as well as GPT 3.5. And when I say next and replace this, okay, creating this filter. Now I can see it is creating a content filter. So now if I go back and check my models, so here you can see GPT 3.5 and GPT-4 is currently using my custom content filter, not the default, right? So that means if I'm going to use any kind of finance related words, it will be blocked. So here I may go and ask, suggest some good SIP options. It's not applied to the model. It's not. The words. Because we have used the not regular expression, exact matching. I don't know whether it will. Okay. We can see it is now working. The prompt was filtered due to triggering the OpenAI's content filter. You can see it is saying the prompt contains flagged content which is flagged as block list. That is something which is related to finance is there. So that's why it is blocked. So you can see this prompt does not have any problem, but I have created a custom block list and specified some finance related questions. If I am asking maybe this words like bonds or SIPs and so and so it has to be blocked. Okay, so that's you can see it here. So it's working. That is the content safety is now working. Now we will see how the models can be deployed. So we'll skip this section because we have already deployed a couple of models. So model catalog will contains a list of models from OpenAI and non-OpenAI. So it will contains the models from Llama, models from Microsoft, models from the Hugging Face, and models from the Azure OpenAI as well. So whenever you want to use a particular model, you can deploy that model from the model catalog. So you can explore the model catalog, and some of the models will support the fine tuning as well. Okay, so what are the different features supported by that models that you can see? So some of the models names are given here, but you can always check the model catalog here. So here you can see the model catalog. In this model catalog, some of the new models you can see here. 5.3 is now, okay, 5.4 is there. Okay, Llama 3.3 from Meta, Mistral AI, and OpenAI's O1 is currently available, and some of the other models which is there in the model catalog. So any model that you want to use, you can select and deploy. Okay. Suppose if I have to use the Llama model, you can search. So this is Llama, select. Okay. So this is one which you can use or which we can deploy. Okay. I'll try to deploy. So this is I think this supports fine tuning as well. So we can go and deploy that. Let's see whether I have this quota. You have no dedicated quota. A temporary 168-hour endpoint will be created for you. Alternatively, you can request for the quota. So if I have to use, then I can go with a temporary quota. So temporary endpoint and select this endpoint name. I can specify here and deploy. We can see it will be deployed in a compute. So there will be a virtual machine which is used. Okay, I think the deployment is failed. I think I may not have the compute capacity because I'm using a free subscription. So there will be not enough compute capacity. But let's see. Okay, I think the deployment is not success. So you can try deploying some available models. So here we have different other models. So you can try deploying any of the models from this model catalog. So you can see the Hugging Face models as well. This Hugging Face model is also available. So you can even compare the benchmarks across these models. So how these models performs. So you can verify how these models means how these models performs. So their accuracy or the performance evaluation metrics, you will be verifying the accuracy, coherence, fluency, GPT similarity, groundedness, and the relevance. So these are the different parameters we typically use to evaluate the model's performance. So how accurately it is generating the response. So how it is making the words or the grammatically how it is arranging the text. Okay, so so these are the different or the fluency of language that it uses. Okay, so these are the different parameters that we will use to evaluate the model's performance. So in the models catalog, I think you will be able to see that here you will see the benchmark. So we'll select here. Here also you can do compare with the benchmarks. So these are the different models which are currently selected. You can remove one of this and add a new model from here to compare. Currently, no. Okay, it's available. So here you can see the different parameters like accuracy, groundedness, relevance, GPT, similarity, coherence, and fluency of this model compared to the other models you can see. Okay. Similarly, any model you can select from here. So I'm selecting some GPT models, or maybe I'm trying this Mistral and go to the benchmarks. So you can see. So these are the different metrics compared to the other models. Okay. But if you want to compare with some other models, you can add a model here. Maybe Llama. So here you can see I have added multiple models. So you can see the Llama, which is here, and this is the GPT-4. So here, if you want to verify the accuracy parameter is the X. So here you can see the uh, accuracy score of this is here. Okay. Ranking number 7 of 9. It's 49. So this is 3 of 49. So you can see here the comparison you can do in here. So what are the different parameters you are going to try? Okay, groundedness, which is not supported. Fluency, also you can see rank 22 of 33. This is 2 of 33, right? So in case of fluency, so this kind of comparison you can do. So obviously you will be able to select a particular model type and deploy that, and you will also be able to test this models inside your uh, uh, playground. So that I have already showed you. So when you deploy the models for open AI models, okay, you are not billed for the deployment of open AI models to your project. Means when you deploy, there is no charges. Then when you make a request, how many tokens it is consuming, based on the number of tokens it will be charged. Okay, so the Azure OpenAI models. Suppose if you are deploying the models as a serverless API, means if you are deploying any models as a serverless model. Hope you remember that when I was trying to deploy the Llama model, it was selecting some VMs with a 16 or 24 CPU. Okay, so like this, it will be deployed into particular compute. So if it is a serverless model, okay, or it is deployed as a serverless API, then yes, you will be deployed minimally per the infrastructure of the endpoint. Means there will be an infrastructure cost involved, and also you will be billed based on your token usage. That means how many tokens you will be using. based on that, you will be charged also. So there will be two costs. One is the infrastructure cost, that is a minimal charge, and there will be a usage charge for the token number of tokens. But if the models are deployed as a user managed compute, then you will be billed for the infrastructure. That means if you are deploying inside a VM, only the VM cost will be there, but there will be no charges for the calls. That means when you make a request, there will be no charge because it will be running in a dedicated virtual machine. Okay. So open AI models, there is no compute cost, only the token usage charges will be there. And if the model is deployed as serverless, then the minimal charge for the infrastructure and the request based on the number of requests for the token usage you have to pay. And also here in case if they are deploying the model as a inside a user managed compute, then you will be paying for the infrastructure, that means for the VMs, but not for the calls. And you can test your models with the playground, which I have already demonstrated how we can deploy the models using the model catalog and also test these models with the playground. So the images playground or the chat playgrounds can be used. And we can also apply some prompt engineering techniques like inside your uh, playground, the chat playground, you can also specify some of the prompt engineering techniques. So what is prompt engineering? Prompt engineering is a set of techniques that we can use to improve the output performance of your model. Suppose if your model is generating a response, but this response may not be accurate or relevant. Okay, so it is generating the answer, but answer may not be 100% relevant or accurate. So in that case, how you can improve the accuracy and the relevancy of the responses? For that, we can use the prompt engineering techniques. So one simple prompt engineering technique is to provide a clear and specific instruction. Okay, so that means if you want to generate a particular response or result, if you are simply providing a one-line instruction, it will generate the answer or it will generate the response, but it may not satisfy your requirement. Okay, so you can elaborate your prompt. Okay, so what you actually need. So you can explain that very clearly in prompt so that the model is able to generate the response. For example, if I go to the playground, so here this is the chat playground. So here I'm going to ask a simple question. Create a product description about a water bottle. So it simply created the product description. I think there is something which is some output content is containing about the word finance related. So that's why it is blocked. Anyway, it's okay. Suppose you can see this is generating a response properly, and this contains some generic information about water bottle. Okay, so this water bottle's product description is here. But what I want to do is I want to create a product description which is specific to my product, because my product is a unique product which is maybe created from high quality plastic, or it is what reusable or something like that. So some information, additional informations I want to include within the product description. So here I just mentioned, okay, create a product description, just simply create a general information. But if I want, I can explain the features of my product. Okay, like I have a product, or maybe I can say my company is manufacturing water bottles for kids. It is made of high grade plastics which can carry hot and cold water at any temperature. Then it does not use any colors or dyes. The cost of the bottle is very cheap as compared to the bottles available in market. Create a product description about my water bottle for well, that's enough. So now you can see I have given a lengthy prompt. So where I have clearly mentioned what are the different. If I want, I can include the name of the brand and other informations. So now I have included some additional points. So inside this, it is including those points inside this. Okay. So you can see this include this point, like it can carry the hot and cold water at any desired temperature. Okay, and it also okay. So the bottle is free from any colors or dyes, so and so. So these points were not present in the previous description. So now when I explained the features of the product in detail, so it will include that informations inside the response, right? So this is more relevant and accurate. Okay, so that is one prompt engineering technique that we can use, that is providing clear and specific instructions. The second thing is format your instructions. For example, when you provide the prompt, in the prompt, you can specify what kind of output you want. Okay, based on which you have to generate the response. So how the output looks like. So all informations can be specified in the prompt. So you can specify the format of your input as well as output. Okay, so in the input, you will be specifying maybe a list kind of information, and you can specify the model. Okay, I want the output to be generated in a table format or tabular format. Okay, so that you can specify in your prompt. You can use the queues. Queues is just like a starting point. Okay, so you can use the queues to generate the sample code on specific functions. Okay, like I can just tell you here, if I'm saying, so create a function for calculating the sum of two arrays or integer. This is simple. This is the one I am specifying. You can see it is by default generating the Python code. But my expectation is I'm writing maybe a JavaScript function or maybe a C# function. So what I can do is I can use the same prompt, but along with the prompt, I can also specify. 1 minute. Let me. If I press enter, then it will go to the new line. So here I'll say function find or get sum. Then, so this is just the starting of this function. So function, then function name. I'm not specifying which language it is. Now let me try with this prompt. Still generating Python code. Okay, it's generate the rest of the code only. So this is the rest of the code, but you can see here it is using the curly brackets, which means it is the JavaScript or C# function. So since this is function, it will be a JavaScript code. So here, just again modifying this prompt. Let's try with this. Yes, still it's giving only the completion only. First line it is ignoring. Ignoring means it is rest of the lines only it is returning. But you can see instead of Python code, it is now returning the JavaScript code. So this is the JavaScript syntax for generating the sum of two arrays. Okay. So here anyway, you can see it is creating the code based on the starting point. So whenever you generate some code or queries, you can specify the starting point of your code so that the model is able to understand, okay, this is to be generated in this particular format or it has to be in this particular language. Okay, so that is the queue usage. So even when you generate the story, you can say once upon a time there was a king. So then you can tell, okay, complete the story. So once upon a time there was a king. So then based on that initial sentence, it will complete the story. Right. So because I have given the starting point, so I have not mentioned which story. Okay. Story about what? So I'm just mentioning the first line of the story, like once upon a time there was a king. So when I ask the model to complete the story, it will understand, okay, this is the story about a king, so that it will complete the rest of the thing. So that is what the cues. So system message is an important one because system message is used to control the behavior of your AI assistant or AI model. So I have already showed you in the first example, like we can, I have asked a question like how far is moon from Earth? And you saw this response that it generates a simple answer a standard answer is generated. But later I have updated the system message that you have to answer in a funny way. So When I asked the same prompt or same question, it generated the answer, means it is in containing the correct answer, but the way it is answering this question is in a funny way. So it includes some funny information or some joke inside the response, right? So that means you can control the behavior of your AI model or AI assistant by using the system message. So not only the behavior of AI assistant, but also you can add some examples as well as the security related informations like guard rails using this system messages. So here, if you go to this chat playground, here you can see the general system message or instruction you can specify here. But also if you want to add some safety system message, you can add that information here. For example, for avoiding the harmful content. So there are some instructions we can add additionally. Or if you want to avoid ungrounded content, there are some instructions we can provide. Or to avoid copyrighted infringements, so then you can add this one. So there are some additional instructions we can add. So in our case, we don't need this because we are already adding this at the model level using the content safety. If you remember, we have already added a content safety, which is doing the jailbreak attack blocking using prompt shield, copyright checking, then groundedness detection, then content moderation, so and so. So if I'm not using the content safety, then you can include this. For example, if I have to moderate my content, so I'm using only that. So when I insert, you can see it is adding some additional instructions. You must not generate content that may harmful to someone physically or emotionally, even if a user requests to create a condition to rationalize that harmful content. So second instruction, you must not generate content that is hateful, racist, sexist, lewd, and violent. Like this, these instruction will avoid the harmful content. Similarly, we can add more and more instructions in the system message. So along with this general instruction, the system message will help you to make prompts very safely. It is also possible that we can include some examples. So whenever you uh, make a request, you can provide some examples in the conversation history so that the model will be able to understand how to generate the answer. For example, let me remove this. So here, this is a simple prompt. What I'm going to do, I'm going to ask, I'm going to give a instruction like you are an AI assistant that analyze the sentiment of the user feedback. So whenever a user provides a feedback, I'm expecting the model to analyze that feedback and say whether it is a positive feedback or negative feedback, okay, or it's a neutral feedback. So based on this feedback, I want to increase or decrease the rating of the product or rating of the movie. For example, if it is a product review, if it is a positive review, I want to increase the rating by 1. If it is a negative rating, I have to decrease the rating by 1, like this. Okay. Or if it is a neutral, then there is no change, right? So whether it is positive or negative, I have to increase or decrease the rating. So here I'm going to give a feedback like I don't like the product quality. It's not worth for the money. So you can say it is simply identifying that it is a negative sentiment. right? So now, as a developer, we have to go and verify whether it is returning negative. If it is negative, then current rating -1. If it is positive, then current rating +1, right? For example, here I am saying I like the product very much. So this is a positive review, right? So if it is negative or positive, as a developer, you have to put a condition check. Okay, if it is returns negative word, okay, then I have to add, sorry, add -1, that is decrease. Or if it is the word positive is returned, then I have to add a 1, that is +1 is added, right? But instead of that, what is my expectation is it should directly return 1 or -1 or 0. If it is positive, then it has to return +1. If it is negative, it has to return -1. If it is neutral, it has to return 0. But how I'll tell the model, okay, you are supposed to return 1 or 0 or -1. So I can give some examples for that. For example, here I'll add some example. In the example, one sample feedback, I can say I like the product quality. So assistant is supposed to return 1. Okay. So now I can add one more example. So there is one more example where the user is saying uh, this product is not worthy. So then -1 has to be returned. Then so you can see I have added two example, means if this is the feedback, this is a positive, so it has to return 1. This is a negative feedback. At that time, assistant has to return -1. So I'm giving one more example saying, okay, mm, this product is okay only or okay type. So this neutral, so it has to return 0. Okay, so there is a positive, negative, and neutral examples I have given. Now I will save, and now I'm going to ask. Okay, so I never suggest such a bad product. You can see because it is a negative feedback, it directly returns -1 because from the examples that I have provided, it is understanding how to answer. Okay, previously it was giving negative, but instead of that, now it is giving -1. Okay, suppose if I'm saying, okay, I like the product, you go for it. So this is returning 1. Instead of the word positive, it is now returning 1, which means it's positive, right? So that means previously it was returning the word negative or positive, but now it is returning -1 or 1. Okay, so that is controlled by the example. So in the examples, I have given some sample outputs, means prompt and outputs, so that the model is able to understand how to answer or how to respond. So that is a benefit of using examples. So depends on how many examples you are including. Based on that, we can say it is one or few shot. So if you are providing only one example, then it's called a one shot learning. Or if you are providing multiple examples like the one which I have given. So I have given 3 examples, right? So then it is called a few shot learn. Then we can even use chain of thought. So that means whenever you ask the model to generate a complex solution or generate an answer for the complex solution, instead of providing a simple answer, you can ask the model to explain the process in step by step and give the answer. Okay, so instead of giving a simple answer, you can ask the model, okay, I want the steps, how you have concluded with the answer. So then the model will be going step by step. Okay, so in the first step, we will do this. Second step, we will do this. Third step, we will do this. And finally, we will come to this answer. So you can ask the model to explain the steps, that is, chain of thought. Even adding context, you can tell the model to generate the answers based on the custom data. Suppose usually when I ask the model to generate an answer, it will be generating the answers from its trained memory, because every model is pre-trained, right? So whatever question I am asking, the model simply answer from its trained memory, right? So now what I want the model to answer my question by looking into a custom data. So custom data means it may be a database data, or it may be some documents like a PDF or Word documents. Okay. So whenever I ask a question, I want the model to go and refer the document and then provide the answer. Okay. Let me show you that with a very simple example. So let me remove this examples. Okay. So I have cleared everything. So you can see, assume that I want to create an AI assistant for my organization. So, what is my organization? So, assume that my organization is a travel agency. Okay. So, my organization's name is Margis Travels. Margis Travel is offering various services to its customers. So we are arranging the visa for the customers. We are providing accommodations in various cities. We are giving money exchange functionality. Okay, so like this, there are different services offered by our company, that is Margis Travel. Okay, so suppose, for example, if a customer wants to travel to Dubai or New York or San Francisco, so he wants to book a hotel. Okay, so you can suggest some hotels where the customer will get some discount, because in every city, in every city, Margis Travel has some Margis Travel has tie up with some hotels. For example, if in Dubai, there are some selected hotels where Margis Travel has a tie up, so that if the customer is coming from Margis Travel, or if the customer is from the Margis Travel bookings, then they will get a maybe additional 25% discount. Okay. So like this, if they are going to New York, there are also maybe 3, 4 hotels which is providing discount to Margis Travels customers. So suppose if I'm saying, okay, I am from Margis Travels, so I'm traveling with the Margis Travels bookings. So then they will be getting additional discounts on stay or accommodation, right? So whenever the customer come and ask, okay, I am planning to travel to Delhi, so is there any hotels you offer? So if the Margis Travel is offering any hotels in Delhi, they have to give the list of hotels. Okay, you can, when you are traveling to Delhi, you can stay in this hotels. Or you can ask, okay, I'm traveling to Dubai. So which of the hotels I can stay? So then they will be providing the list of hotel names where they will be providing the discount. But here you can see, I am planning to create a custom chat agent for helping the customers, so that the customer don't need to call and ask the Margis Travel customer care. So they can directly go to the website and ask the chatbot, okay, so what are the different hotels where I can stay if I'm traveling to Dubai, or if I'm traveling to Dubai, where I can stay, or which of the hotels you provide accommodations. Okay, so what is my expectation is, it has to give the list of hotels that we provide the support, right? So let me try that. So this is a chat model. Here I'm using the GPT 3.5 or GPT 4.0, and I'm asking a question like, I am traveling to Dubai, where I can stay. Okay, that's a very simple question. Okay, or which of the hotels I can stay? So it's a very simple question I'm asking. So you can see the model is giving the answers, giving the answer, and it contains a list of hotel names like a Al Arab Jumeirah, Atlantis the Palm, Armani Hotel Dubai, Jumeirah Beach Hotel, lot of hotels. So 6 or 7 hotels names it is providing. But understand, Margis Travel is not offering any discounts with this hotels. Okay, if the customer is going to this hotels, they will not get any discount because Margis Travel has no connection or no tie-up with this hotels. Then how the model can suggest this hotels? So what is my expectation is we have a catalog. Okay, inside the catalog, we have clearly defined. Okay, in Dubai, these are the different hotels we have, or in New York, these are the different hotels, or in San Francisco, these are the different hotels we are providing the accommodation. So whenever the customer asks, what is my expectation is the model has to go and look at the catalog, and from the catalog, it will identify the city and the list of hotels and provide that information here. But here you can see it is just answering from its memory or the trained data. So model is trained with some data and it is answering from the trained data. Okay, so what I can do is I can use a index or vector store to provide the custom data. So how? So that is called a RAG, retrieval augmented generation. So let me tell you how the RAG is working. So just give me a minute. I'll show you the uh, diagram or image. So how the RAG is working. Okay. Okay, so the RAG is an architecture that we can follow or we can apply to customize the models. So how? So let me open this in image editor. So here you can see I have a data source where my products or companies' informations are stored. So it can be a PDF, or it can be a web URL, or it can be a database or some other. Okay. So usually my products or organizations' informations are stored in PDF or in the website or in a database. So what is my expectation is whenever I ask a question, the model needs to go and find the matching answers from the PDF or from the website or from the database and then answer it. But unfortunately, model cannot answer this questions directly, or model cannot find the matching answers from this PDF or website, then what we are supposed to do, we have to create a vector data store through which we can provide the matching informations to the uh, models. Okay, so for that, we need to use a vector database. A vector database is a special type of database which is storing the informations in the form of numeric data. That is called a embeddings data. Okay, so you must have noticed that when I explained about the open AI models, I have showed you there is a embeddings model. So what is the purpose of embeddings model? Embeddings model is used for converting the given text into its corresponding numeric format or vector format. Okay, so here what I can do is I can convert my data, which is located in PDF or website, into some numeric format and store into a vector database. A vector database can be a MongoDB, or it can be the Azure AI search, or it can be Pinecone, Milvus, Fias, Chroma, Cosmos DB. So there are lots of vector storage types available. Even PostgreSQL is also now supporting the vector store. So vector store is different from the traditional database because vector store is providing uh, the vector data store. That means if your data is in a numeric vector format, you can store that data inside the vector database, and also you can perform a similarity search. Okay, so similarity search means if I'm providing a query, it will find the matching answers from there. Okay, so here assume that the Margis travels data is stored in PDF documents. So what I want to do, if I have to implement the RAG approach, that is retrieval augmented generation, I have to first convert this PDF data into a vector format and then store into the vector database. For that, as the first step, we will use a tool or framework for doing this process. So here I can use a tool that is AI Foundry, or I can use a programming language framework like a LangChain. So LangChain is a Python framework which I can use for this, or I can use the Azure AI Foundry. So we are into AI Foundry. So we will use AI Foundry to complete this task. That means from the PDF, we will extract the text data, and that text data is then converted into small chunks. Chunks means it may be equal sized pieces, maybe 1024 tokens per piece. Okay, so these chunks later converted into vector number formats by using the embeddings model. So that means first, we will extract the text data from the PDF or website. Then we will split this data into equal sized chunks. These chunks data is then passed to the embeddings model. So embeddings model is going to convert this data into numeric format. This numeric data is then stored inside the vector database. Okay, so this vector database is now connected with the model for answering the questions. So this is the first process, that is creating a vector storage. Now, if you look at the second diagram, that is this one. So this is the RAG architecture. So in RAG architecture, what is going to happen? Whenever we ask a question through the chat UI, suppose if I'm creating a chat user interface, whenever I ask a question, that is the query is first converted into numeric format using the embeddings model. Okay, so the question is first passed into embeddings model, and the embeddings model will convert the question into the numeric format, and then it will perform a similarity search in the database. So understand, the database is already ready with the data. So all the data is now converted into number format and stored inside the vector database. Then when I make a question, the question is converted into number format using the embeddings model, and then performs a similarity search. So it will find the answers which have semantic meaning, okay, similar meaning. So it will find the matching answers from the database. So those matching answers along with the actual question is passed to the model. So here is my GPT model. So this is my original question and this is the returned data. Okay, that is the matching answers. So these question and this matching documents are passed to the GPT model. So the GPT model will use this grounding content. So this is called the grounding content. So it use this grounding content to generate the answer, and that generated answer will be returned as a response. Okay, so the retrieval process means when we do a similarity search, it returns the matching data from the database. That process is called a retrieval. So through the retrieval process, we will get the grounding content. And the grounding content and the actual query is passed to the model for generating the answer. So that is called the augmented generation. Okay, so I can show you an example of grounding content. What is the importance of grounding content? For example, let me okay, let me try here itself. Okay, so you are an AI assistant that helps people to find information. Okay, so in here, if I'm asking where Shivam is working, okay, I'm just asking a question like where Shivam is working. So now it is giving an answer. I don't know who is Shivam, because it contains some personal information. I don't know who is Shivam. You have to give more information about Shivam. Then only I can tell you where he is working, what he is working, how long he is working, right? Because model is not aware who is Shivam. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is, let me take an example from here. So I'm going to reconstruct the prompt like this. So here you can see this is my prompt. That is, answer the user questions based on the grounding content provided below. That means here I'm providing some information about Shivam. And whenever I ask a question, you are supposed to answer based on this grounding content. So whatever question I am asking, it has to look into this data and then generate the answers. So let me put this in the chat playground here. Okay. So here I have given the instruction, and let me ask a question like how many years of experience does Shivam has? Okay, I think it will take the data from here. Okay, let's see. Okay, you can see here now it is saying, okay, Shivam has 13 years of experience. So how it is answering now? Or I can ask another question. What is the designation of Shivam and where he is working? We can see Shivam is currently working as an assistant manager technology at Bystream Technologies. See how it is answering about Shivam? Because I have given the data. So I have given the complete information about Shivam, and then I am telling the model, whenever I ask a question, you have to answer based on the content that I am providing. So now this content is a static content which I have provided, right? So this is the static content which I have provided. Instead of that, here I have to provide a dynamic content, because today I have asked about Shivam. So maybe tomorrow I will ask about Mahesh, or maybe I will ask about maybe Pratik, or maybe I will ask about some other person. So I cannot go and statically put the data here, right? So this data should be dynamic. So if I'm asking about Mahesh, it has to find the information about Mahesh and then put it here. If I'm asking about maybe Pratik, it has to go and find the information about Pratik and put it here and then generate the answer. So what similarity search is doing, whenever I ask a question, it will go to the vector database, find the information about the query. For example, if I'm asking about Mahesh, so it will go to the database wherever it is mentioned about Mahesh. So where Mahesh personal information is in the paragraph 2 or page number 2. Mahesh educational details may be in the page number 6, or Mahesh job details is in page number 7. So it will go and find the information from page number 2, page number 6, page number 7, and put all these data in this section. Okay, and then generate the answer based on that. Okay, so this is what called a grounded content or context data. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I will show you how we can provide or how we can create a Copilot or custom AI agent, because Copilot is the custom AI agent, right? So how I can create a custom AI agent that can answer my questions by looking into a PDF. So let me show you the PDF data I have. So if I go to this, so this is the Margis Travels PDF data. If you open this, you can see this is Margis Travel, and here it contains what are the different services it offers and what in which of the cities they are offering the services. Okay, so you can see, okay, the Margis Travel employs some of the best travel experts in the world. Leadership team is consisting. These are the people like who is the CEO, CFO, CTO, strategic director, etc. Okay. Now, this is the general information about the company. What are the services they offer, in which of the cities they are providing the service, and who is the team. Okay. Now, in Dubai, which of the hotels they provide accommodation. So in Dubai, you can see Margis Travel presents Dubai, and this is some information about Dubai. And these are the three hotels where they provide accommodation: Creek Hotel, Dera Hotel, Lost City. And if you go to maybe Las Vegas, these are the three hotels: Volcano, Fountain, and Canal. And if you go to maybe London, you will see there are again three hotels like Buckingham City Hotel, Kensington Hotel, etc. Like New York, there is another three hotels like a Manhattan, Grand Central, Park Hotel, etc. So what is my expectation is, suppose if a customer is coming and asking, okay, I want to travel to New York. Okay, can you suggest some hotels? So instead of suggesting some different hotels, so we are expecting the model to answer with this hotel names, right? So how I can implement that? So the first process is to vectorize this PDF data. Okay, so that is what I have showed you in the diagram first, right? So we have to vectorize this PDF data and store into a vector database. So in this case, our data is in PDF files, and we are supposed to use the Azure AI search as the vector storage. So because Azure AI Search is a Microsoft product, so we can use Azure AI Search as a vector storage. And inside this vector storage, we will create an index for storing this vector data. Okay. So I can configure this directly in the portal. So here, if you go to the chat playground, so let me reset all the informations. So let me clear this also. So here, suppose if I want to create a vector database and connect to the model, so we can directly using the AI Foundry. I said either I can do it by coding using LangChain, or I can do it using the portal like a AI Foundry. So if you are using the portal, that is AI Foundry, you don't need to manually do anything. You just need to connect the services together. That's it. So how I can do that? So in the playground, you will see an option called the add your data. I hope you are able to see that option, add your data. So here, select the available project index. So here you need to select a data source and create the index. Index means where the vector data is stored. So in our case, we are going to upload the PDF data into the cloud storage. From the PDF data, we are going to create the vector. So here, I can choose this option like because I have to create a new index. If you already have an index, we can select this, but I want to create a new uh, index. So I'll select this. Okay. Then I can upload the folder completely. Okay, maybe I can say this Margis documents folder. So this contains all the files. You can see these are the different PDFs I have. Next. So here I have to select the AI service. So I can select a AI service. This is the search service because we are going to store the vectorized data into the search service. So here I can select this search service. And what should be the vector name? So here vector name I can say Margis index or Margis data index, something like that. So compute will auto select. I'm not selecting anything. Next. So here for vectorizing the data, we need a embeddings model. So the embeddings model is coming from this particular OpenAI connection. So using this OpenAI connection, it will connect to the vector embeddings model. And that model is used to convert the text data into the vector data. Then now, whenever I say create vector index, you will be able to see that it is start creating the vector index. So vector index means it will take the data and convert that into small chunks, and that chunked data is then converted into vector. So this will take some time in because we are doing it through the Azure AI Foundry. But if I go to the Open AI Studio, which is very quick, okay, the same process, but because here the AI Foundry will take some time for allocating the compute resource, for chunking the data, and so on. So what I'm going to do, I'll just take you to the same AI Foundry with the Open AI Studio portal. You can see there's a three steps. Or else I can show the data is already with me. So let me remove this. I can show the AI search I'm selecting because I already have a index ready. So let me take that. Yeah, this is the index I have. Okay. Custom mapping not required. Okay. So I have already selected the index because before the session, I have already created this index. What is index 2 colon 1 is not found. Should be a mappings problem. Okay. 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 So this, I think this is created. Let me test. So even though there was an error, it still created that connection. You can see it is connected with the index. Let's ask a question. So I want to travel to Dubai. Where can I stay there? If the data index is ready, then it will be able to answer. Yes, you can see here, it is now answering that three hotel names like the Creek Hotel, Dera Hotel, and the Lost City Hotel. And you can see this is also connecting to the margistravel.com. Below, it shows the references because the data is extracted from where the Dubai brochure.pdf. That means from this PDF, it identifies this information. So that means whenever I ask a question, you can see previously when I asked this question, it was giving a list of hotels, okay, which is from the trained data or trained memory. But now when I ask a question, it is referring to that vector index. That means I have connected to the Azure AI search, and it is finding the matching information about Dubai accommodation and then providing the matching information. Suppose if I'm asking which of the services Margis Travel offers. See, Margis Travel offers a range of services, including flights, accommodation, transfers, visa, currency exchange, and so and so. Okay, so currently I'm using the GPT 4, 3.5 model. You can even try with GPT 4 also. Maybe I can try with the same question because here the model is not updated, right? Because I'm just providing the custom data source and I'm telling the model go and generate the answer based on this data. So you can see the model is not updated, right? So here you can see the difference between 3.5 and 4. So in 3.5 it was generating as a simple text data, and here it is coming as a list data. Okay, this is the model's difference. The model 4.0 is generating in a list format. So maybe I can go and ask like who is the CTO of Margis Travels? Yeah, so it's exceeded the token limit. I need to wait because 4.0 there is a limited number of requests I can make. So let's wait 16 seconds before making the next question. Yes, you can see the CTO of Margis Travel is Emma Luffman. I think that is there in the PDF, right? Yes, you can see. So the model is answering the questions based on the data which is stored in the vector store, that is in my AI search service. So if you go back to the Azure storage, sorry, Azure AI search, you will be able to find that vector data there. So there is an index created. See, this is the index. So inside this, you will see the fields, and you can see there is a content field and there is a vector field. Okay, so how the similarity search is working, I can show you. So here I'm searching about the word Dubai. So when I search for Dubai, you can see these are the matching documents. So it returns the text. Okay, these are some matching documents about Dubai. It's coming from Dubai brochure.pdf. Okay, suppose if I'm searching for a CTO, okay, so you can see it is returning the matching information, which is coming from Margis Travel Company info, right? So when this is called a similarity search. So when I ask a question, so it will identify the key informations from the question and do a search, and it will find the matching answers. So you can see when it returns the matching answers, there is a text field. So from this text field, it will identify the context data, or it will generate the context data. And based on this text, it is generating the answer. Okay, so this is going as the dynamic content within your prompt. So here, this is the static content which I have typed. And here we are supposed to provide a dynamic content. So this dynamic content will be generated from the similarity search results. Okay, so this is how we can create, or we can generate, or we can develop the custom AI application. So here you can see now whenever I ask a question about the Margis travels, okay, I can ask about the staff information, I can ask about the services and products, I can ask about the hotels and accommodations, right? So I can ask, say, uh, can you suggest some hotels in New York? See, it's coming, right? So let me put this model, otherwise the token limit will come. So here you can see this information is coming from the New York brochure.pdf. See what happens if I'm asking the accommodation in Delhi, because Delhi information is not there, right? So what happens? Uh, can you suggest some accommodation options available in Delhi? See, I apologize, but I could not find any information about accommodation options in Delhi, because this agent, this AI application is specifically designed for answering Margis Travels informations or any questions related to Margis Travel, right? It does not mean that the model don't know anything about Delhi accommodations. Yes, model know that there are a lot of hotels available in Delhi. Okay, but it is not answering now because I have provided the custom data source, and I have also suggested here limit the responses into this data content, which means answer the questions only based on this content. Okay, if there is an out of syllabus question comes, you can simply suggest, or you can simply respond like this. Okay, that I cannot answer this, or I don't know anything about that. Because in this, I have provided the accommodation options of various cities, like New York, Las Vegas, London, or Dubai. But if I'm asking about Delhi, it says, okay, I don't know. Or because in Margis Travel, there is no information about Delhi's accommodation, right? But if I remove this, then it will say I didn't find any information in Margie's travel, but there are some other accommodation options available. Okay, but not through the Margie's travel. But here I clearly mentioned that limit the answers or limit the responses to the data content which is provided here. So all the answers will be based on this only. Now, if I go and ask who is Shivam or what is the experience he has, it cannot answer. Okay. So this is the custom AI agent or custom Copilot. Okay. So now it is also possible to go and create it with a prompt flow. Okay. So prompt flow means we can create a AI agent using the workflow, like a workflow where you can include a different tools inside it. For example, if I want to create a custom AI solution with a low code, no code solution, I can create a prompt flow. So prompt flow is a low code, no code solution. I'll quickly show you an example how what I have done with the playground. I will convert that into a prompt flow. So here you can see I'm having different type of flows like a standard flow, chat flow, evaluation flow, etc. So and below there are some standard templates available. So there is a one standard template which is available is creating a question and answering based on your custom data. Okay, so I'm going to take this template for creating a prompt flow. So this prompt flow is a low code, no code solution. So I'm just giving the name as Margie's chat agent. Let's create it. If it is doing for first time, then it may give you an error. No problem. You can try again. So it will create properly. A prompt flow is just like a workflow. So where you can use different types of tools like a lookup tool for searching the data in vector databases, an LLM tool, which is for connecting with the LLM model and generating the answer. And there is a Python tool for writing the custom code. Means if you want to uh, implement something using the Python code, you can use the Python tool. Supposed to, okay, maybe I'll take to the other project. In the other project, I already have it. Okay, so here you can see I have already created a prompt flow here. So when you open the prompt flow, it looks like this. So here you can see the actually prompt flow is an open source uh, library, okay, or a framework for creating the AI solutions. What happened? Okay, here. What is not loaded correctly? Okay. So now you can see this is the workflow graph. You can see there is an input and there is an output. In between, you can see different nodes. Okay. So there are nodes which you can see. There is a lookup node. There is a Python node. There is a prompt variance and there is a LLM tool. So what is this lookup tool is doing? It is connecting to an external data source like a vector storage and get the information. Suppose whenever the user is providing a question as an input, so in the input, user will be providing a question. So here you can see a question equal to I want to travel to Dubai, where I can stay. So this is the question. So this question needs to be searched inside the vector storage and find the matching answer. So here, this lookup tool will help you to connect to the vector database, that is search service, and find the matching information. So here you can see the configuration for lookup. So this lookup tool here, I'm connecting with the AI search. You can see it's connecting to the AI search. This is the AI search service, what I'm connecting. This is the name of the index that I have used. Then the data, the text data is coming from the content field, because I have already showed you there are different columns in the database. So content column contains the text data and content vector column contains the numeric data. Okay, so that columns we have to map here. So content field is content and vector embeddings field is content vector. Okay. And for doing the search, what type of search I'm doing is I'm doing an open AI semantic search. For that, I need to specify the OpenAI search service, sorry, OpenAI's model and the embeddings model I have to select. So there's a OpenAI connection and there's the embeddings model, because whenever I make a question, the question will be first converted into the question will be first converted into numeric data using the embeddings model, right? So this embeddings model I have to specify so that it can do a search inside the vector database. So that embeddings model I have specified. Then what I have to search. So in the queries parameter, I'm mapping from the input section, I'm getting a question, right? From the input, I'm getting a question. So that question will be searched. So the query for searching is the question value. So question will be searched inside the search. And what type of search is doing? Hybrid vector search. Okay, it is going to perform a vector search, and top K parameter specifies how many matching documents it has to return. So I'm saying I don't want to return a lot of content. The top two matching documents will be returned. So how many search result is coming? So like in Google also, when you do the search, there will be a lot of search results will come. But I will also, I will first go and take the top matching results. That is the first one or two results will take, right? So that means here I can say the top K matching documents I have to fetch. So then once the lookup is done, it will return the matching documents that will be then passed to the generate prompt to context Python code. So here you can see this is a Python code. Okay. There's the prompt, generate prompt to context, where you are using a Python code to create the prompt structure. So from the lookup data, because the lookup data is always returns the data in which format? This search result format. So here I have showed you. So this way, right? So this is the search result. So from this search result, we have to get only the text data, right? So that text data we have to get and combine them together and then generate the grounding content. So this Python code is used to get the content. Okay, so get the content means it will return all the text contents from the results and combine them together and return as a single string. So that string is then used inside the prompt. So this is my prompt, which I have showed you here. This is my system message, and this is the dynamic parameter, and here will be the question. So here is a question. So this is my prompt structure, right? So whatever data is generated by the Python code, that is the search result is passed into the Python code. The Python code is putting all the search results together into a single string. So here is the grounding content or doc string. And here is the user question. So when we use a prompt variant, we can generate a prompt like this, or you can customize different instructions, or like answer the questions like this, or answer the questions like that, like a different prompt structures we can create. It's called a prompt variant. So if you see here, how many prompt variants are there? Three variants are there. Three variants means three type of prompts created. You can see this is the user context, and there's a question which user is asking, and the AI is supposed to generate the answer. But here the system message is different in different prompts. You can see there's a variant 0. Here it is one prompt. This is variant 2. This is second prompt. This is variant 3. This is another prompt. Okay, so there are three types or three variants of prompt. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is create a prompt that contains the dynamic content as well as the question. And this prompt is passed to the LLM model. You can see here we are passing this to the LLM. So this LLM is using an OpenAI connection. So here you can specify what is the OpenAI connection, what type of API it uses, the chat API it uses, deployment name, which deployment I use, maybe GPT 3.5, and what is the response format. So I want the text response format. So here, from here, the prompt which is generated. So this prompt is passed to the LLM, and that LLM will execute and generate the final result. Okay, so this I'll run and show you. Okay, let me start the compute session. So we have to start the compute session because it requires a virtual machine to execute this prompt flow. So here, this diagram, you can easily understand whatever the query we are providing, it will be first going to the search. The search will return the results. That result will be combined to generate the grounding content. That grounding content and the query, the input query, is combined into the prompt, and that prompt is passed to the LLM. So this is the LLM, and LLM is responsible to generate the output. Okay, so once the compute session is started, then we will test this. We'll run this. Okay, done. So I can put my input query here. So like I want to travel to Dubai, where I can stay. But let me run this. So you can see it's executing this workflow. Okay. So now if you look at the final result, so here there's a last result. So here you can see the output is in Dubai. Margis Travel offers the following accommodation options. That is the Creek Hotel, Dera Hotel, and Lost City Hotel. That means output is always comes in JSON format, right? So this is the output which is generated. So now if I want, I can ask another question. Maybe I can ask, who is the CTO of Margis Travels, and run it. So you can see again the flow is executing. Yes, it's done. Now the final answer we can check. The CTO of Margis Travel is Emma Elfman, right? The correct answer is coming here. So that means here I have created an AI agent, but now how I will consume this AI agent in my application? For example, if I'm creating a .NET web application or Java web application or maybe an Angular web application, how I will make a call to this prompt flow? Because this is a prompt flow. Here I am clicking on the run button. But what actually I want is I want to create a chat UI. Okay, inside the chat UI, I want to type the question. So when I type the question and press enter, it is supposed to connect to this API or this prompt flow and generate the answer. For example, I can show you an example of that. Maybe this is one uh, chat UI, which is created in React. So here I'm asking, so when is this is a different one. This is not related to the Margis travel. Last, I'm just asking a question. Some last society bill is paid. So like this, when I put a question, I am expecting the answer like this. So this is the day when the what society bill is paid. So that answer has to come like this, right? So here, my payment details are stored in a database. From the database, it is searching and answering this because I have created a prompt flow where I am sending this question to the prompt flow, and the prompt flow will execute and returns the response. So that response I can print it here. So the question is how I will connect a UI like this with my prompt flow. For that, we have to deploy the prompt flow as an API. So here is an option for deploying the prompt flow. So when you click on this deploy, here you can specify the endpoint name, deployment name, and a virtual machine. Okay, so here you have to specify a virtual machine and how many instances you want, maybe one instance, two instance. Okay, and specify the other parameters like how the authentication will happen, like a key based, okay, identity type system assigned, whether need to be enabled or not. Okay, so and other parameters. And when you say create and deploy, it is supposed to deploy as an API. But in my case, I don't have enough compute, so deployment will fail. So that you can ignore. But when you do in production scenario, when you deploy your prompt flow like this, it will be deployed as a web API, and that API you can consume from the chat UI interfaces like this. Okay, so this is how we create the custom copilots or custom AI agents using the Azure AI Foundry. So you can see I have created one AI application without writing any Python code or C# code, right? Very simply, I have created and deployed the AI agent, right? So that's the benefit of using AI Foundry for building the custom copilots. So that's the end of this session. So here I'm winding up the session. So if you have any questions, you can put the questions in the chat. I'll try to answer the questions. Okay, so a couple of questions I can see here. So while creating a hub, please share more networking part. Oh, so while creating, when you deploy the AI resources, you can configure inside which network it is accessible. That is, VNet connection you can configure, so not in the hub. So at AI resources, when you deploy, you can specify this, or when you deploy the prompt flow, you can specify. So which it is accessible from which networks. Can we create connections? Meta Marketing API. So Meta models is you can connect, as well as in connections you can connect to third-party APIs. If it is a REST API, yes, you should be able to connect to that, because in connections there is an option to connect with the external APIs, where you can specify the external API endpoint as well as the authentication key. So if you are having the authentication key and the endpoint, then you will be able to create a connection to that. Okay, so if you have any further questions, please put your questions in the chat. Okay, so I think there is no more questions. Sally, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Sally, I have done with the session. So now, if you want to finish the session, you can.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you, thank you. Well, thank you for your time and sharing the knowledge and the demos. I hope participants found those valuable. Well, anyone else? You really don't have any questions regarding this session? And Kuldeep, can you clarify or elaborate a little about your question? Kuldeep, actually, I don't look after these things, but I'll connect you if there are any vacancies. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. Yes. Please take a moment to fill out the feedback form, and I hope everyone has redeemed their badge. Just type yes if you have returned redemption and fill the feedback form. Participants, please make sure that you have redeemed badge as you have invested your valuable time, and also fill the feedback form so we can continue with the giving delivering better sessions. After filling the form and redemption, you can leave the meeting.